Hello, everyone, and welcome to Horseshoe Indianapolis for this Thursday card. We do have a nice 10 race card for you today, ladies and gentlemen. 1 through 8 are thoroughbred, I think, isn't it? And I'm right. Yeah, 9 and 10 are quarter horses. We got 2 quarter horse maidens. Yep. So many days of this, and with this head cold, it kind of starts blending together. I'm not going to lie to you guys. First up, we do have our weather. It is not as cold today. I'm telling you, it's nice out there. It's crisp, it's cool, it's fall, but it is not freezing, and thank goodness, because we're on Fox Sports today. So without further ado, let's just go ahead and send it to Macy for the weather today. Mace?
Connecting our communities with stories that matter. This is a WRTV update.
Well, our temperatures are going to be just a little bit cooler than the last few days have been. However, we're still near normal, so I think it's a pretty pleasant November afternoon in the upper 50s with a lot of sunshine. It's not until late this evening after our sunset that we begin to see a few more clouds moving into the area. Still cloudy through the overnight, and that will bring a couple of rain showers as we look to tomorrow's forecast, mainly in the first half of the day. A little warmer by tomorrow afternoon, though, with temperatures climbing into the upper 60s. Back to you, Rachel.
Oh, thanks, Macy. Yeah, it is a 9 thoroughbred race card. I'm so sorry. That last race is a route. It's a maiden, and then we'll switch over, and Martha will do the quarter horses. We've got turf racing. We have not very many changes or scratches today, so just really looking forward to making some money on this card. Let's talk about some of the news of the day, and then I'm going to send it up to B. I'm really trying not to get my track announcer sick. And then, of course, he goes back home next week, and he's got to help me out with half the races. So trying to keep bro healthy, and I've been avoiding everyone upstairs. So we'll send it up to B after this to go over some handicapping in your early pick 5. Right off the bat, though, I want to let you know that B hit for another one yesterday. Hit pick 5 for $2,000. So be sure to get his free tip sheet. It's completely free. You can get it online on X, or you can go down to the program stand if you're here on the first floor at the OTB and get his tip sheet. He is in fuego, ladies and gentlemen. And then also we have a countdown that's getting close. I'm excited. He could just get one win a day, and I'll get to give him his 1,000th win. Evan Roman had another win yesterday, and we're putting the 2 in Puerto Rico because Puerto Rico is part of the U.S. So I'm here for that decision, Tammy. But we're putting his 2 in Puerto Rico with his ones that he's won here. So for total, he's at 996. So if he gets to 1,000 before the end of the meet, I got him a nice poster. Can't wait to present it with him. Evan's really classy guy. Happy to have him here with us. And then also we have another news. I love Tammy's little fly under the radar. She had a trainer a couple weeks ago, and now One Smooth Operator, an Indiana bred who initially sold at the Keelan sale for just $5,000 in 2019, just surged past Bucaro. Hey, Harlan. Hey, Tim. Sorry, guys. Harlan Malter, the owner of Iron Horse Racing, and Tim Gleishaw, who were Team Bucaro back in the day. Definitely, I'm sure we're a little upset about that one, but for all-time leading Indiana bred money earner, and he's never even raced in the United States. He's a 7-year-old son of Dialed In. He competed in the $10 million Melbourne Cup. He went to Australia. And at this last weekend at Flemington, he earned more than $100,000 in that race, putting him over the $1 million mark. The first Indiana bred ever to eclipse that tally. So very excited for him. He's won most of his money in UK, Saudi Arabia, and Australia, but has also raced in Hong Kong and Ireland. So he's an Indiana bred, but he's definitely wasn't raised there. I'm sure he speaks Australian or something. But congratulations to the owners of One Smooth Operator, and I'm sorry, Harlan and Tim. I'm sure they're bummed about losing that title, but still great for the Indiana program. Also, we do want to let you guys know that we have a big day coming up on Tuesday. I'm going to be talking about it later, but not only is it Veterans Day, and we're going to have a big handicapping contest courtesy of the Indiana HBA $2,500 Legends Handicapping Contest. Oh, sorry, guys. I had a cough. We're also going to do the Pick 5 Challenge. We're going to have an amazing 9-race card The late pick 5 will go to our nationally known handicappers, $250 to them to place a bet on the late pick 5, and all the proceeds will go to HVAF. Thank you so much to all my friends who are going to participate in that. Maddie C is going to be here. Matt Carruthers, can't wait to see him. And it's just going to be a wonderful day of events, racing, and we're also going to have our bids for our jockey statue. I'm going to post about that today, but on the date, Tuesday, is when we'll open up the bidding. Thanks to Joe Davis, who raised about $1,500 last time for women in need. Now we're going to be raising money for veterans in need. It's red, white, and blue silks, and it'll be up for auctions. All proceeds go to the HVAF. And a special thank you to Miss Christine Hallstrom for painting that for us. She is the MVP of our team that gets paid $0 because she's married to Eric, our boss. But she's the best, and we love her, and she's very talented, and she's taken that upon herself, thank God. So I also want to tell you guys that we will have the final for Racing Rachel's Warriors next week. And I want to give a shout out, even though my voice is going out, I do want to let Steve Wallace, Steve Sharon, Kara McGinnis, Kerry Worth, Tom Luther, Judy Norris, Dan West, Jeremy Akridge, go Bugsy, Bernie McGinnis, Mary Miller, Diana Cheney, Mary Combs, Mike Miller, Oscar Sardinas, William Cohen, Amy Napareyu, Kent Brozer, Phil Hall, Bert Beiswinger, John Sirrett, Mike Cannon plays in everything, Jennifer Hudspeth, Jim Dudley, Zachary Roberts, Charles Smothers. The Smothers play in all of our contests, George Sakanas, Matt Kiewitkowski, Greg Hudspeth, and Mike Hurst. They are the winners from every week of the entire meet, and they're the only ones that can play for my $2,000 final, and it is going to be next Wednesday. So congratulations to all of you. Please be here if you heard your name called. We also have them posted. You must be here, and only those people can play at the final. So really excited about that. Also want to let you guys know, every year our jockeys, they're amazing, and they do a jockey toy drive. This year it's going to go to court-appointed state advocates CASA, like it does every year actually here in Shelby County, and they'll bring toys, and next Wednesday we'll show you guys that. Very important to donate. It's a good cause. And also, so sorry guys, we will have our NHC qualifier Saturday, December 6th. Jerry just texted me from Swifty Farms the other day and asking what you need to do. You don't need to sign up. You don't need to call and reserve a spot. Show up. Doors open at 9 a.m. Saturday, December 6th. Bring $500. It's a live money buy-in. Bring cash, and you can get three entrants into that with the $500. So just show up. We got good food. We got great prizes. And join me in March at the finals in NHC at Horseshoe, Las Vegas. All right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I'm going to let you go and send it up to Brian so you can go over your early pick 5 after a quick commercial break. Good luck.
Starts here. From cave spring water to sugar maple charcoal to smooth Tennessee whiskey. Made by those who pour everything into their craft. That's what makes Jack, Jack.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Welcome back to another nice Thursday here in Shelbyville, Indianapolis. Block B portion of your Wire to Wire, your 119th Wire to Wire of this season. We are on a fast main track and a firm turf course. Been on that firm turf course since about early May, maybe even Kentucky Derby weekend when that turf did debut. So a credit to our track crew keeping us safe on both the fast main track and the firm turf. We'll be on that firm turf in races 3, 5, and 6 today with the Horseshoe hat trick beginning in race number 3. But let's go through these first 5 races, see how I navigated the early pick 5. Take what you want, just a couple of tidbits. I'm going to go a little bit deeper than maybe some others would in this opening race. I think it's fairly competitive in here. TL Copper still goes out for Ted Lucas. I know he's winless at Horseshoe Indianapolis. He's 1 for 23. However, he's been winning at 27% the last 5 months. So he's been pretty hot over at Belterra. He ships in TL Copper still in with a decent shot. Should get some pace to chase. JJ's Ranger gets Abel Cedillo up. A couple of rider changes in the opener. Cedillo's going to be aboard number 2. And Ramos picks up the mount aboard Decatur Street, a horse who's been dominant against easier the last 2. I think the 3 is in with a big shot despite being 7-1 on the board. The 8 Field Day, this horse could easily win. It's Randy Klopp, our leading conditioner, along with Fernando de la Cruz. You've got the leading rider, the leading trainer, and even money. However, this horse hasn't won in a long time. In fact, you'd have to go all the way back to October 4th of 2023 when they were trained by Cherie DeVoe for this horse's last win. So since being claimed for $40,000, hasn't really paid the bills by any means. The $40,000 claimer now in for $15,000, a ton of class relief. I'm not overlooking that this horse has getting a ton of class relief, has run against some stakes quality talent, including Bushido, who they lost to back-to-back. The numbers tower over the rest of this field. I'm just not convinced at 7 years old this horse really wants to dig down deep and fight, and may have a fight on his hands today with some horses that are rounding into some very good form, including Decatur Street, who's getting tested for class, no doubt about it, has only banked $29,000, however, has put up some very good numbers recently against cheaper. Field Day, strictly the horse to beat in this spot, but for me, just not the horse to bet. 1, 2, 3, and 8 in the opener. As we move along to race number 2, you've got some first-time starters mixed in with horses with experience. Resplendence has an edge over many of these in here for Bone Chance Farms. Bone Chance Farms going to send out both the 2 and the 4. Evan Roman typically gets first call for Paulo Lobo, at least over Alberto Burgos, and he picks the horse who's never even tried the dirt in the past. The mare, Paradise Alley, she was all synthetic and turf, and none of the 6 siblings have won going long. That's a question mark for me. The dirt, the layoff, going long. I'm going to take a guess in here, and I'm going to admit it's a complete guess. This is a stab single, one that I don't feel overly confident in. I just know things that win races, and they win races at first action, and that's Brad Cox and Gary and Mary West. You don't always have to pay attention to where the West do enter in their horses, because they just enter to win regardless of the purse, regardless of the class. The siblings on this one, there's not much to write home about by any means. Ready at 2 is a Kentucky bred for Michael Bierler, who's been down at Remington, and Will Rogers over at Oklahoma and hasn't had much success, at least sprinting. And then you've got Private Reserve, a horse who won second time out at Churchill Downs, debuted at Keeneland for Gary and Mary West, and then was claimed away from them by Rogelio Labra and has since raced here at Horseshoe Indy September 2nd. So there's not a whole lot to go off of based on the breeding. However, Brad Cox, Fernando, that I simply trust. His horse has been training over at Churchill, training both at Ellis as well as Keeneland. So clearly a cut below their main group, but debuts today in Brad Cox, the numbers are excellent across the board. Debuting at over a mile, first time out, Fernando de la Cruz, yada, yada, yada. Bartender is a stab, though. I've never seen this horse in the morning. Don't know nothing about it. I'm hoping that Bartender's slinging drinks, though, after race number 2, as we kick off that $1 minimum pick 4 in the second with a guess of a single. Race number 3, $15,000 maiden claimers in here, 3-year-old fillies and upwards, going 5 furlongs on the turf. Scratch number 8 out of this event. I'm going to go 2, 7, and 9. Taking a huge stand against Stylet. 5-2 morning line. This horse is going to be heavily backed. While I think Brad Cox could be live in race number 2, I'm absolutely playing against Stylet and Qatar Racing. Things just have not worked out. They paid $225,000 for Stylet, 3-year-old filly by Caracaro out of Naked Bootleg. That was a huge sales price, $225K. Debuted at Churchill, took a little bit of action, went off below 3-1, ran an even running 6. Then they went long at Keeneland, ran 5th. After that, I think they realized that this horse just wasn't as good as they expected. A bloodstock agent took a swing and missed, as many of them do, and Stylet showed up at Indy. Going 6 furlongs was not really heavily backed. I know this horse was favored, but Brad Cox and De La Cruz being 2-1 is basically chilly on the board, and responded by not even hitting the board despite all of the class relief. The lone sibling by Naked Bootleg is 1 for 27 over at over at Charleston. The other CT versus CD. Charleston 1 for 27. So the breeding wasn't necessarily there by Naked Bootleg, but somebody saw something they liked at $225,000. Today they will give away for $15,000 today. Style it. I'm going to go a completely different direction, 2, 7, and 9. And with all the negativity surrounding the 6, you might want to single that one, because typically if I am low on a horse, they usually report right to the winner's circle. So I expect Style it to be no different. The Qatar Racing Silks will likely be getting their picture taken and laughing to the winner's circle while crying about that sales price as well. 2, 7, and 9, 5 furlongs on the turf in there. And that's a race that if you're going to play against a 3-5 favorite or a 4-5 favorite, I'd strongly encourage you to maybe even go a little bit deeper. The 2, 7, and 9 are some logical contenders, but if you're going to beat a horse who's odds on, maybe even 1-2, you want to make sure you've got that winner, because some of the others will be inflated in the price as well. Race number 4, 3, 6, and 7 kicks off that late fire 5. Scratch number 2, Maximum Justice, 3, 6, and 7 in here. Somebody A King, 10-1 morning line. Gennaro Garcia and Gutierrez getting a ton of class relief from maiden special weight down to maiden claiming and cutting back in distance. I think there's some decent things to like there at 10-1. You've also got Pray for Victory, a horse who took all of the late money last time. Didn't go off favored, but loaded at about 4-1. My notes indicate went off at 5-2. Got hammered late, broke sharp, pressed from the outside, but ultimately had no excuse in the lane. And then Z's Fireball. I love the way this 2-year-old Chestnut debuted at the maiden claiming rank September 29th. Settled off the pace, came with a good run, just couldn't catch the chalk that day. Then they came back a week later, and I took the bait as well. I thought it was a huge effort at the maiden claiming ranks, but with a 2-year-old coming back a week later from maiden claiming up to maiden special weight, it was a bad bet. And I took the bait as well, and this horse just did not fire one step. Went off as the lukewarm favorite at 2-1, broke sharp, showed good speed, but ultimately was all done. Not sure if it was the class jump up to maiden special weight or if it was coming back on a week's rest with a 2-year-old Chestnut who's an April foal as well. Either way, didn't love what I saw. If not for that October 6th race, I'd likely be singling the 7 in here, but I'm hopeful that Z's Fireball gets back to the debut versus what we saw last time, October 6th, and then Pray for Victory, a horse you got to pay attention to, and they took a ton of money last time. Maybe they had the right horse but the wrong race. That could be a player kicking off. No pick 4. The pick 5 begins in race number 5, because thankfully we've got 9 thoroughbred races today with 1 quarter horse as well. So if you're looking for that late fire 5, it begins the second leg of the Horseshoe hat trick on the turf in race number 5. Scratch 1, 13, 14, and 15. We're going to go 5, 6, 8, and 12 in here. Some main contenders playing against Timeless Rose. The 8-year-old mare, she doesn't love to win. She's had plenty of opportunities. Her numbers do tower over the rest in this field. I respect Tony Granite, Santos Sanger, guys that certainly win races, but you've got an Indiana bred who's getting a little bit long in the tooth at 8 years old, taking on some open company in here, and some other horses that are just in pretty good form right now. Storm Bay has won 6 out of 13 on the turf, a half length behind Talent Show, who's a perfect 2 for 2. Gennaro Garcia and Marcelino Pedroza Jr. looking to go 3 for 3 with this 3-year-old filly by Maximum Security, who now stands in Indiana. Maximum Security standing in Indiana as well. So some big things for Maximum Security going forward, especially here in breeding in Indiana with Talent Show, and it's always nice to see that horse taking to the turf as well. The 12 is strictly the horse to beat, LS Forte for Paradise Farms Corp. Michael Maker, Fernando de la Cruz. 3 for 29. We saw it yesterday. Oftentimes, if they're on the best horse, they just go right to the lead. It could be the case in here. This horse has faced tougher up in New York over at Turfway. It wasn't that long ago that they won last year at Saratoga, in which they dominated at 5-2, beating some good horses home as well. So I think LS Forte comes back in good form. The only questioning is post position number 12. They should have plenty of time to work out a good trip, and they are a 1-run closer. And then you've also got the layoff, but it's really not much of a concern. Mike Maker winning at 30%. You've got our leading rider board. There's a lot to like. 6-1 would be a gift on the 12, in my opinion, and I highly doubt this horse goes off anywhere near 6-1. 5, 6, 8, and 12 taking a stand against the Indiana mare and Timeless Rose, but she can certainly beat us on her best day because her best day would win this race. We'll see if she fires big. Looking for win number 9 and start number 46. Race 5 does kick off today's late fire 5. We're 22 minutes away from the opener. At 15 minutes to post, we'll take you through today's limited scratches and changes, and we'll be off and running on a Thursday for Wire to Wire number 118. Only 4 remain here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We're going to sit back, relax, and enjoy what we have left of the 2025 meet. Good luck today. Welcome to Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hopefully you're having an excellent Thursday afternoon on a beautiful fall day where we are on a fast main track and a firm turf course with live racing action coming up 14 minutes from now. Let's take you through today's scratches and changes beginning in the opener. In race number 1, scratch number 4, Classic Max. Couple of rider changes to kick off today's early pick 5. Number 2, JJ's Ranger, picked up by Abel Cedillo. Joe Ramos picks up the mount aboard Decatur Street. Race number 2 kicks off today's $1 minimum pick 4. No scratches or changes to kick off that pick 4. In race number 3, we'll be on the turf course for the first of 3 times today. It does kick off today's Horseshoe Hat Trick. It's a $1 minimum play. Scratch number 8, Ouray Dreamin'. Number 8, Ouray Dreamin' out. Sammy Bermudez picks up the mount for number 1, Story Channel. In the 4th, back on the main track, Maiden Claimers. Scratch the 2, Maximum Justice. And the 7 has blinkers off. Race number 5 kicks off today's Late Fire 5. The Late Fire 5 beginning in the 5th will be on the turf going 1 mile. Scratch 1, 13, 14, and 15. Number 10, Planet Claire, picked up by Danny Sheehy. Sheehy picks up the mount aboard number 10. Race number 6 kicks off that Itoba pick 4, also Pentafectas, which have been paying great all season long. Scratch number 11, Screamin' Nina. Main track only Screamin' Nina out of the 6th. Race number 7, Clear of Change, as is race number 8. As is race number 9. Moving along to the final quarter horse event and final race of the penultimate week here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Scratch 7, 12, and 13. Do note the 11 will run and will break from post position number 7. Scratch the 7, 12, and 13. Horses have joined us in the paddock, as has the sun. It's a beautiful day in Shelbyville, where we are 12 minutes away from kicking off racing action. Good luck. Field on the track for the opener. Scratch the 4. Just a few minutes away from kicking off today's early pick 5. Neo King making his way back to the rest of the group, made its way all the way to the quarter pole. Sammy Bermudez was aboard the entire time, but not listening to restraint. So Neo King back on his way to the rest of the group. There'll be a slight delay to the upcoming first race, but we should be at the starting gate shortly as Neo King on the way back to the rest of the field. Fields made their way to the starting gate. 2:20 Eastern Standard Time as TL Copper still goes in. JJ's Ranger. Dakar Tour Street. Last to load will be Field Day. Currently 4-5 on the board. First favorite of the day as they load. Be set for a start. They are off and running in the opener at Horseshoe Indianapolis. TL Copper still was just a half step slow as zapping it. Santos Sanger wants zapping it on the lead in search of his fourth win this season, and he's a length clear from Field Day under a tight restraint from Fernando de la Cruz. JJ's Rangers sitting just behind them. Then comes Dakar Tour Street with Joe Ramos, as is Neo King along with Mr. Kelly. The Field's 8-year-old sits in 6th. TL Copper still is already being asked through a contested opening quarter in 21.99. Zapping it wanted the lead and has it, but here comes Field Day. Dakar Tour Street at 8-1 is trying to get on terms with these top two. The 8-year-old Mr. Kelly is very wide. Nothing from Neo King, who ran his race in the warm-up. Then comes JJ's Ranger. Field Day at 3-5 being attacked by Dakar Tour Street as Field Day going to try and dig down and repel this challenge, and is doing so, and it's the leading owner and the leading trainer and the leading jockey for Field Day. Eight 3-6-2 in 110.92. Entering the winner's circle for the 7th time of this 7-year-old Bay Gelding's career, it's the victorious Field Day. Field Day by Broken Vow out of Sunny Isles, bred in Kentucky by Klein Racing, owned by Charles and Grant Turner, trained to victory by Randy Klopp, ridden to victory by Fernando de la Cruz. Field Day returns $3.20 on top as the opener has gone official. Your $1 exacta returns $8 even. 50-cent trifecta, $10.15. Your 10-cent superfecta, $5.56. Kick off that $1 pick four beginning 24 minutes from now. No scratches or changes in the upcoming second race, as 2-year-old fillies will go 1 mile on a fast main track. Hopefully you had a bet on field day. They are off and running in the opener at Horseshoe Indianapolis. TL Copper still was just a half step slow as zapping it. Santos Sanger wants zapping it on the lead in search of his 4th win this season, and he's a length clear from Field Day under a tight restraint from Fernando de la Cruz. JJ's Ranger sitting just behind them. Then comes Decatur Street with Joe Ramos, as is Neo King along with Mr. Kelly. The field's 8-year-old sits in 6th. TL Copper still is already being asked through a contested opening quarter in 21.99. Zapping it wanted the lead and has it, but here comes Field Day. Decatur Street at 8-1 is trying to get on terms with these top two. The 8-year-old Mr. Kelly is very wide. Nothing from Neo King, who ran his race in the warm-up. Then comes JJ's Ranger. Field Day at 3-5 being attacked by Decatur Street, as Field Day going to try and dig down and repel this challenge, and is doing so. And it's the leading owner and the leading trainer and the leading jockey for Field Day. We did have a claim out of the opener, as Field Day was claimed for $15,000. New owner Richard Klein, new trainer David Fox. Klein and Fox pick up the victorious Field Day for $15,000 out of race number 1.
I mean, after college, I went to college for a little bit and didn't know what to do, so ended up hot walking for like Aaron West and all those people helped me out, and just then I started galloping for Steve Asmussen, started going fast, and that was fun. And my dad's like, you know what, if that's something you want to do, then take it far, and stuck to it, and we're still here. So.
So what was it like riding Orlando in the race with your son the other day?
You know, this is something I want to do before. You know what I mean? I ride with my dad. Now I ride with my son. That's just something like it's one of my dream coming true. It's nice, you know what I mean? We need to go head to head together, see what's happening.
Junior, what's the best advice your dad's given you about riding?
Stay in the rail. He said, after the race, he was like, stay in the rail. What are you doing so far wide out? I was like, I don't even know. I just kept riding.
That's what the first couple races are for, right?
But, he just, just practice what we do on the equicizer, switch sticks, don't get ahead of yourself too much. Make sure you breathe. That's another one. He's like, don't forget to breathe, which I forgot to do. So I'm glad.
He'll figure it out.
Yeah, we'll figure it out as we go.
No, I'm proud of him. He's doing great. He listen, he got a lot of talents, see what's going on, like people have to give you opportunity to him, and that's it. No.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
you've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Horseshoe Indianapolis is saluting all veterans Tuesday, November 11th with a special Veterans Day racing program at 2:10 p.m. Nationally known handicappers place wagers into the Pick 5 to raise funding for Hoosier veterans and families. Plus, play in the $2,500 Veterans Day handicapping contest, sponsored by Indiana HBPA. Let's salute the veterans Tuesday, November 11th at Horseshoe Indianapolis, located off I-74 and exit 109 in Shelbyville. More information available on social media at HS Indy Racing.
Klopp and De La Cruz pick up another one as Field Day appreciates the class relief, goes turf to dirt, comes home an easy $3.20 winner. Right on top for Miss Race and Rach, so you can pick up her tip sheet down at the info booth as well on that first floor. She gave out a winner already, looking for many more in here. We've got a field of 6 2-year-old fillies, many of them making their career debuts. Some of the others are shipping in, going long for the first time. But let's take a look at this field. We've got a 1-2 favorite on the outside. The top selection in here for me as well is Bartender, a 2-year-old filly by Candy Ride out of Bar Hopper, is a 5-star play on Horse Racing Nation as well. Brad Cox winning at 32%, has excellent numbers all the way across the board, no matter what you're looking at, whether it's with 2-year-olds, first-time starters here at Horseshoe Indianapolis and debuting going 1 mile. They all are excellent in the numbers, almost upwards of 30%. However, Bar Hopper, the mare, she's an 11-year-old by Giants Causeway, so you've got some long in there. However, there's only been a couple of siblings to make it to the starting track, including Private Reserve, who won at Churchill but hasn't had much success since being claimed away from Brad Cox. Private Reserve put up a 61 Beyer going a mile and a 16, so did win around 2 turns over at Churchill Downs, and then Ready at 2 for Mike Beeler, who just is simply not a great animal early on in the career, at least at this stage of 4 races under their belt with a couple of third-place finishes and 4 years old, lightly raced. So the siblings don't have much to write home about, but the connections are ones that I trust. Is Fernando De La Cruz looking for a riding double already, only in our second race. We'll see if he can pick up another win. Bartender's been training consistently, both at Ellis, Churchill, and Keeneland, but debuts here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We'll see if this 2-year-old filly is well spotted and can handle the distance at first asking, but does need to work on a trip. Even though there's only 6 in this starting gate, you don't want to get hung out wide. That first turn does come up very quickly here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, going 1 mile, and I could easily see this horse losing ground into that first turn if they're not playing it right. But a horse with experience is down near the inside as Paulo Lobo sends out both Resplendence as well as the 4, the first-time starter, in Reaching for the Moon. Resplendence has that experience and therefore a big edge over many in this field. Paulo Lobo sends this one out, the homebred for Bone Chance Farms. The mare, Paradise Alley, she was all synthetic. Now, she is by Triple Crown champion Justify, a $250,000 stud fee to go to Justify. So there was high hopes for Resplendence all the way around. It debuted on the turf over at Ellis Park. Then they tried Kentucky Downs, $132,000 stakes race won by likely a stakes animal and Ground Support, who did win next out as well. So Resplendence has breeding for the turf. They enter in on the dirt in here. The mare was all turf and synthetic. However, none of the 6 siblings, there are 6 siblings by Paradise Alley, none have won a route of ground. So they've all had success sprinting. The average winning distance is just under 6 furlongs. 4 of 6 have won, but none have won at either 2 or going a route of ground. So the Resplendent's going to try and do something that the breeding doesn't necessarily suggest, but does have an experience edge over many in this field. Your clear second choice at this point in the wagering, and I'm going to take the other stablemate in third. Reaching for the Moon, Bone Chance homebred in here, 2-year-old filly by Essential Quality, who was a stayer in his day for Brad Cox, just kind of always dug down deep and continued to find more. This beautiful gray is out of Glory and Power. The mare, again, was all turf, but this is a half to Game Warden, and Game Warden was a good one. While you may not be familiar with Game Warden, I certainly am, and that horse banked just under $500,000. In fact, $388,000 to be exact. And yes, Game Warden loved 2 turns, loved all the ground, and loved the distance. Now, usually for Lobo, at least this season so far, Evan Roman has gotten his first call. He's looking for win number 997. So Reaching for the Moon gets Alberto Burgos aboard. They haven't teamed up for a win yet, but that could all change with the first-time starter and the good-looking gray Reaching for the Moon, who's bred to go long both on the top and the bottom and has some siblings that have had plenty of success. Most owners would love to have a horse who brought home just under $400,000. We'll see if Reaching for the Moon can make Game Warden proud in here, but I think Bartender could be the real deal. We'll see if I'm drunk or not. 5 minutes away from race number 2. 2-year-old fillies on the track for race 2. Coming up 3 minutes from now, kicks off today's $1 pick 4. Field approaching the gate, just about post time for race 2. First to go in is Ringlets. Next up, Resplendence. Eddie Girardo walking his mount, No Solution, up to the starting gate. No Solution goes in. One back, Bartender. Two-year-old filly set for a start. They are off on their mile journey as Fernando de la Cruz going to hustle Bartender, but they're going to be 4 or 5 wide into that first turn as it's a mad scramble for that early lead. Resplendence using that experience to go a length clear from Listen to Your Mother. Ringlets is good to go. The New York bred sitting just off those top 2. Bartender still 3 wide, reaching for the moon in a good spot, sitting in 5th. And then No Solution is 6 lengths behind a reasonable opening quarter in 24.29. Resplendence having it all her own way at this point. Listen to Your Mother sitting in 2nd. Outside of that still comes Bartender in the pink silks and the black helmet cap. Ringlets getting a ground-saving trip, but is being nibbled at already and reaching for the moon in the debut. The good-looking gray reaching for the moon is just 3 lengths behind. Then comes No Solution, who continues to lose ground. No Solution is well behind, a half mile in 48.07. Listen to Your Mother being asked the question by Victor LeBron, who's not getting a response. Resplendence at 8-5, trying to give Evan Roman win number 997 as Bartender trying to get on even terms with Resplendence, who's going turf to dirt. And then the stablemate reaching for the moon is reaching and digging down deep. Bartender trying to get even with Resplendence, but Resplendence is game. Now Bartender attacks to the outside. Outside of those two is reaching for the moon. What a doozy it is with a 16th of a mile to go. Bartender and Resplendence, too tight to call. Those two hooked up at the quarter pole and didn't stop in 140.17. Tight photo in race 2. Hold them all. Photo sign's been removed. Bartender up top. 6'2", 4'3" in 140.17. Riding double for Mr. Fernando de la Cruz. He takes the first two aboard Bartender, who makes the first start a winning one. Bartender, a 2-year-old Dark Bay filly by Candy Ride out of Bar Hopper. Bred in Kentucky by owners Gary and Mary West Stables. Ridden to victory by Fernando de la Cruz and trained by Brad Cox. Race 2 still unofficial. Two-year-old fillies put on a show in race 2, now official. $1 exacta, $4.80, 50-cent trifecta, $4.60. Your 10-cent superfecta, 6, 2, 4, and 3, $1.28. First double of the day, chalky one, $3 returned in that early double. We'll step on the turf course for the first of 3 today, kicking off that $1 horseshoe hat trick 20 minutes from now. Scratch the 8, Ouray Dreamin'. The 8 out of the upcoming third in 20 minutes. They are off on their mile journey as Fernando de la Cruz going to hustle Bartender, but they're going to be 4 or 5 wide into that first turn as it's a mad scramble for that early lead. Resplendence using that experience to go a length clear from Listen to Your Mother. Ringlets is good to go. The New York bred sitting just off those top 2. Bartender still 3 wide, reaching for the moon in a good spot, sitting in 5th. And then No Solution is 6 lengths behind a reasonable opening quarter in 24.29. Resplendence having it all her own way at this point. Listen to Your Mother sitting in 2nd. Outside of that still comes Bartender in the pink silks and the black helmet cap. Ringlets getting a ground-saving trip, but is being nibbled at already. And Reaching for the Moon in the debut, the good-looking gray Reaching for the Moon is just 3 lengths behind. Then comes No Solution, who continues to lose ground. No Solution is well behind, a half mile in 48.07. Listen to Your Mother being asked the question by Victor LeBron, who's not getting a response. Resplendence at 8-5, trying to give Evan Roman win number 997 as Bartender trying to get on even terms with Resplendence, who's going turf to dirt. And then the stablemate Reaching for the Moon is reaching and digging down deep. Bartender trying to get even with Resplendence, but Resplendence is game. Now Bartender attacks to the outside. Outside of those two is Reaching for the Moon. What a doozy it is with a 16th of a mile to go. Bartender and Resplendence, too tight to call. Those two hooked up at the quarter pole and didn't stop in 140.17. Back down here in the paddock, the 2-year-old fillies, small field, but boy, did they put on a horse race in there. 3 of them across the line when it's all said and done. But Brad Cox and Fernando de la Cruz team up for Fernando de la Cruz's second winner, and he'll have an excellent opportunity to go for a pure hat trick or a turkey, whichever sport you prefer, in here. He's going to be aboard your favorite, projected to be 7-5 in here. While I needed Brad Cox and Fernando de la Cruz in race 2, we're going to play against them in race number 3. Style It, a 3-year-old filly by Caracaro, is heavily favored, but I'm going to go down there to the inside with Emoji. Vicky Oliver here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, winning at 13%. Alex Ashard going to be aboard this speedy daughter by Practical Joke, who is a 6-time starter, only finished second one time. It came at Monmouth off of a layoff as well, in which she showed a ton of early speed, battled right through the line, and got nailed on the wire by Gold Stamp. Since then, she's shown speed, but she hasn't shown much interest in finishing off her races. I think she likes to be clear. She likes to have it all her own way. Her best career race was when she was loose on the lead. Probably figured she was running all by herself that race, and she's been at the maiden special weight level. So for me, huge class drop, a horse with speed, early speed, broke from post position number 12 last time out, which is a tall task anywhere, but was also at the maiden special weight level. So you've got a horse who broke outward last time at post position number 12, now gets down near the inside. You've got Alex Ashard, who's plenty capable in here for Vicky Oliver, and there's a lot of class relief with some early speed as well. 3-1, your clear second choice on the wagering right now for the homebred for Mr. Humphrey Watts Jr. in here. Emoji on the board at 3-1. But the 7 is Lady of Light. This 3-year-old filly by City of Light goes out for Triple V Racing. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. going to be calling the shots in here for Gennaro Garcia. They teamed up with a couple of nice winners already this week. They'll look to continue that in here. The blinkers are off. Now, Gennaro doesn't always dominate on the turf course, especially not in turf sprints. In fact, when I last checked, Gennaro was about 2 for 28 on the turf. Now, I didn't really see the breeding for more ground last time out, and unfortunately, they just went way too quick, and the pace completely collapsed. I don't think that Lady of Light necessarily couldn't handle the distance last time, but they broke sharp, and they went kamikaze in it out there on the front end. They were going a mile and a 16th, and you got a first quarter in under 22 seconds. There was nearly zero chance that Lady of Light or whomever they were dueling with was going to be anywhere to be found near the wire, and they were beaten by 68 lengths. Today, they're going to change a couple of things. They're going to cut back. They're going to take the blinkers off. They've had early speed. The early speed is good. It is there. It is present, and they are drawn to the outside of a lot of the other speed. Marcelino Pedroza Jr., being the KG veteran that he is likely going to sit just off the hip of your favorite and try and make a race of this, if not cross and clear, and play catch me if you can with Lady of Light, who goes out for connections that win races and are changing some things up, cutting back with the blinkers off. We'll see if Lady of Light can give Gennaro his third win in 28 starts on the turf here at Horseshoe Indianapolis this season. 5-1, fair value on the board. But the 9 is Collected Mist for Kevin Monday. He's got a couple of in here today, and so far they haven't run very well, but I think Collected Mist is probably his best opportunity in here. Eddie Gerardo already got way around the track earlier today. He looks for another one in here. Monday sending out the stablemates. He's got both the lone mare in this group, and Collected Mist, who comes in off of a good third-place finish over at Presque Isle Downs. She's seen the back of a trailer plenty. They've had her going every other racetrack. Indiana was the debut back in July, then over to Penn National, Ellis Park, Mountaineer, Presque Isle. This will be the second time this 3-year-old filly has seen a racetrack in her career, and I think she'll improve. When she debuted here, she debuted on the dirt, and she was in a tough spot. She ran on Indiana Derby Day back on Saturday, July 5th. A lot of good horses were entered that day, including the second-place finisher, High Summer, who has since gone on to win, as has Sycamore Shoals, your third-place finishers. So draw a line through that lone race at Indiana. It was on the dirt. They'll be on the turf today, where they've shown significant improvement. Collected Mist trying to get Kevin Monday home a winner in here on a Thursday at 8-1 on the board we're playing against Style It, but maybe it's time for you to load up on Style It as Brad Cox, Fernando de la Cruz. The connections continue to be red hot. Just $225,000 horse in for $15,000 and trying the turf for the first time. Make what you want of that, but I think this race is wide open. We'll see if the favorite comes home to score, donning the silks of Qatar Racing, as a field of 10 set to go 5 furlongs on the turf, kicking off today's $1 horseshoe hat trick. 2-year-old fillies have made their way onto the firm turf course, kicking off the Horseshoe hat trick. It's post time for race 3. First one in, Story Channel. Emoji, along with favored Stylet, Even Money. Fernando de la Cruz searching for a turkey. Carmelita, 10-1. Up next. With Lady of Light and Up Scuttled. Last to load will be Kaylee's Kitten. Set for a start. All standing nicely. And they're off and running to an even beginning as Stylet wants to lead, but Stylet not nearly as quick as Collected Mist. As Collected Mist looking to cross and clear in tightly was Story Channel. The stablemate took the worst of that one as Collected Mist puts 2 lengths clear on the rest of this field. Emoji just had issues as well, and now Up Scuttled running in as it's a lot going on through an opening quarter in 21.68. Lady of Light is ranging into it. Collected Mist says, catch me if you can. Stylet's under an all-out drive, being asked for his best and not making up any ground on these top 2. Collected Mist at 14-1, now being attacked by Lady of Light as Lady of Light goes right up to Collected Mist. Here comes Emoji down on the inside. It's Lady of Light lunging late. Emoji is coming, but it's too late. It's Lady of Light from Emoji, and then came Collected Mist in 57.42. 7.926 in 57.42. Lady of Light into the winner's circle. Lady of Light, a 3-year-old Bay filly by City of Light out of DJ's Favorite. Bred in Kentucky by Jackpot Farms. Owned by Triple V Racing. Trained to victory by Gennaro Garcia. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. gets the money with Lady of Light. Still unofficial 7-9-2-6. Race 3 is official. Lady of Light returns 820 on top. Your $1 exacta, 7-9-37-80. 50-cent trifecta, 792-7205. 10-cent superfecta in our first turf race of your Thursday, 37.84. $1 double, 14.60. And the first pick 3 returns $15.50. Race number 4 coming up just 17 minutes from now. Scratch number 2, Maximum Justice. A field of 6 goes 5.5 furlongs in search of their first victory in 17 minutes. And they're off and running to an even beginning as Stylet wants to lead, but Stylet not nearly as quick as Collected Mist. As Collected Mist looking to cross and clear in tightly was Story Channel. The stablemate took the worst of that one as Collected Mist puts 2 lengths clear on the rest of this field. Emoji just had issues as well, and now up scuttled running in as it's a lot going on through an opening quarter in 21.68. Lady of Light is ranging into it. Collected Mist says, catch me if you can. Stylet's under an all-out drive, being asked for his best and not making up any ground on these top 2. Collected Mist at 14-1, now being attacked by Lady of Light as Lady of Light goes right up to Collected Mist. Here comes Emoji down on the inside. It's Lady of Light. Lady of Light lunging late. Emoji is coming, but it's too late. It's Lady of Light from Emoji, and then came Collected Mist. There was a claim out of race number 3. Number 2, Emoji, claimed in a 2-way shake for new owner Liz Squires. Trainer Kelsey Danner picks up number 2, Emoji, in a 2-way shake. Back down here in the paddock for the upcoming 4th race, typically accustomed to beginning the Late Flyer 5, but with 9 thoroughbred events today, we'll kick off that Late Flyer 5 in race number 5. So if you're worried about just having 8 minutes to handicap, have no fear. You've got about 38 minutes to handicap here at Horseshoe Indianapolis before we kick off the lowest takeout in the country. We'll be back on the main track in here for this 2-year-old event, all looking for their first career victory. I agree with the bettors, but not necessarily this much. Projected to go off below 4 to 5. Projections as low as 2 to 5 on Z's Fireball, a 2-year-old chestnut by Z Lucky out of CJ Sunrise, who debuted at Maiden Claiming on September 29th. A race that I was very enamored by, settled off the pace, came with a good run, just couldn't catch the chalk and show me justice. Then they came back just on a week's rest, and they went from Maiden Claiming to Maiden Special Weight. I took the bait, as many others did. Debuted at 7-1. Despite the class jump and the quick return, went off at 2-1. They broke sharp and showed good speed, but ultimately Dahmer just ate them up in the lane with Z's Fireball in here. Now they go from Maiden Special Weight down to Maiden Claiming. They've been given more time off. I certainly think Z's Fireball is the horse to beat. However, probably not the horse to bet anywhere near 2 to 5 where those projections lie currently. But the chestnut certainly looks good in here for Steve Fosdick. The homebred for Blaine Davidson has turned out very nicely down here in the walking ring, standing very cool, calm, and collected during the saddling process and putting on that tack. But number 3 presents what I thought was going to be quite a bit of value. 10-1 on that morning line. I realized that there was one scratch in here, but 10-1 was going to be a great price on a 6-horse field with a lightly raced 2-year-old who's been going around 2 turns. Now cuts back today. I think this horse has a big chance, also going from Maiden Special Weight down to Maiden Claiming. That alone is going to reap some benefits for Zambia King in here. Gennaro Garcia looking to go back-to-back. He just teamed up with Marcelino Pedroza Jr. for a turf victory. Sprinting on the turf, he gets Gutierrez in the saddle, which has been a good sign. With the apprentice rider, they've had a ton of success this year, winning at 21% when they do team up. They've got a very nice ROI as well, $2.18 on that ROI. So they've had plenty of success. They'll see if it can continue in here. This 2-year-old has been going around 2 turns, showing good route speed. In fact, went sub 24, which is pretty quick for 2-year-olds, going a mile and 48.487 last time. So shown the ability to have that route speed. We'll see if it translates to sprinting in here. They're down on the inside, but this is certainly the horse to fear late. I don't think they're going to be quick enough early in this race, but they will have plenty of stamina and endurance built up for that final 1/8 of a mile, 4-1. The bettors sniffing out the 3. The 6 is Pray for Victory with A&K Family Racing. Joshua Morales getting a start here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, making his 52nd start of the season. He's got 4 wins this year. He teams up with Kenia Hernandez. This 2-time starter is by Prayer for Relief. Looks good down here in the walking ring. This horse took all of the late money last time out, and it kind of came out of nowhere. On debut, they went at the Maiden Special Weight level. They went off at 52-1. There was nothing indicating that Pray for Victory was going to get hammered. Now, it was a big drop in class, Maiden Special Weight down to Maiden Claiming, but they loaded about 4 or 5-1, went off at 5-2. They broke sharp. They were pressed from the outside and ultimately gave way in the lane, losing to Maximum Justice, who scratched out of this event in post position number 2, but ultimately losing to Gray Eclipse. I like that early speed. They're continuing to improve. Another one who comes back on not as much rest as they got the first time. They were a month in between races previously, and now they're about 3 weeks in between races for Pray for Victory. But an improved effort puts this one in with a big chance in here. But you've got the heavily backed Z's Fireball. Backers are making this very challenging to dive into that win pool with Z's Fireball. I think there's value in a couple of other horses in here. Z's Fireball is certainly the one to beat, but is it the one to bet? And that's for you to decide 4 minutes away from race number 4. Fields reached the starting gate. Post time for the 4th. Sombier King goes in. The King Stinger and Bulldog Mike. Favorite Z's Fireball is already loaded at 3-5. Last to load will be Prayer for Victory. Indiana bred maidens. Set to go 5.5 furlongs. Pray for Victory being walked up to the starting gate. Joshua Morales back aboard the 2-year-old. They are off and running, and it was a terrible beginning for Mountain Mike, who's well behind the rest of this field, but Sombier King on the cutback down to 5-2, pokes that head in front from Pray for Victory. Z's Fireball at 3-5 is good to go. Then comes the King Stinger along with Bulldog Mike, and the slow starting Mountain Mike is 12 lengths behind Sombier King through an opening quarter in 22.35. Jose Gutierrez is looking to go clear, but Z's Fireball is sensing the warning call, and Alberto Burgos gets an immediate response from Z's Fireball, who's right up to the throat latches Sombier King. That's it for Pray for Victory. Z's Fireball repelled at this point. Sombier King looking to be the king in this one. Z's Fireball going to try again, but Sombier King on the cutback has more. Finding more. Z's Fireball going to try hard right through the line, and Z's Fireball getting to this one late, but it's too late as Sombier King gets the job done in race number 4. Three 3-7-6-4 in 105.32. Race 4, official. Sombier King into the winner's circle for the first time of the career. A 2-year-old bay gelding by Sombier out of My Alchemist, bred in Indiana by Swifty Farms. It's back-to-back for trainer Gennaro Garcia, owned by Southwest Racing Stables. Ridden to victory by Jose Gutierrez. Race 4, official. $1 exacta returns $6.10. 50-cent trifecta, $4.50. Your 10-cent superfecta, $4.17. $1 double, $27. 50-cent pick 3, $35.50. We'll head back out to that turf course in 21 minutes. Scratch numbers 1, 13, 14, and 15. Race 5 does kick off today's Late Fire 5. It's Late Fire 5 time. You do not want to miss out, as we've got 2 races back-to-back on the turf 20 minutes from now. They are off and running, and it was a terrible beginning for Mountain Mike, who's well behind the rest of this field, but Sombier King on the cutback down to 5-2, pokes that head in front from Pray for Victory. Z's Fireball at 3-5 is good to go. Then comes the King Stinger along with Bulldog Mike, and the slow starting Mountain Mike is 12 lengths behind Sombier King through an opening quarter in 22.35. Jose Gutierrez is looking to go clear, but Z's Fireball is sensing the warning call, and Alberto Burgos gets an immediate response from Z's Fireball, who's right up to the throat latch of Sombier King. That's it for Pray for Victory. Z's Fireball repelled at this point. Sombier King looking to be the king in this one. Z's Fireball going to try again, but Sombier King on the cutback has more. Finding more. Z's Fireball going to try hard right through the line, and Z's Fireball getting to this one late, but it's too late as Sombier King gets the job done in race number 4.
Tell us about your ride in the Breeders' Cup.
I mean, first of all, thank you, Rachel, for having me. Everything was very special. First of all, because it was my first Breeders' Cup, and second, because I got to bring my family with me. That was very special, and then the horse run third, so it was even better that the filly show up.
Yeah, it was a great ride. Tell us, we got 1 week to go, and you did this a couple years ago. You're chasing the leader all the time is what you're doing. You think you're going to be able to close the gap and pull off a miracle like last 2023?
Let's see. I'm trying my best. Let's see what happens. You never know. We need to go day by day and race by race. But I mean, I'm trying my best out there, and I just need to keep finding the wire.
Where are you going to go this winter?
So far, we're going to Turfway. That's the plan, and I hope I do good there.
Keep riding in big races.
Hopefully.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Back down here in the paddock for another turf race. Very nice daily double kicks off alongside our late Fire 5. Actually, 9 thoroughbred races today, 10 in total. The 10th and final will be a quarter horse. Martha almost guaranteed to give you a winner at this point as we kick off the late Fire 5. But a couple of very nice daily double opportunities in here as well. Some big fields. Going to mix it up out on our turf course. We had a scramble on the turf earlier today. We'll see if that continues. Scratch your inside runner and your outside 3 runners as well. 1, 13, 14, and 15 out. I'm going to go all the way to the outside post in here. El Esforte, Fernando de la Cruz, and Mike Maker. The 3-time winner likes to settle for less. Of those 3 victories, 10 second-place finishes, winless on the year, but the lone start came at Turfway way back in March, and it was a beaten effort. Finished dead last by 25 lengths. Get some class relief, but this is by no means a giveaway at all. Claim for $35,000 off of a win up at Saratoga in New York last year in July. Since then, the best finish was a 3rd-place finish at Belmont Aqueduct. So things haven't necessarily gone the way of the expectations off the claim. Now in for $30,000. I'd be concerned if there was a layoff coupled in with coming in for $8,000 or $10,000 or $12,000, but at 30, not that big of an issue. You do get connections that certainly know their way to our winner circle in Mike Maker winning at 30%. Fernando de la Cruz won our first 2 races, and he's looking to push his percentages up over 20%, an incredible feat for a meet that has 123 days of racing. Currently a little bit chilly on the board, though, 7-2, and I don't expect this number to come down much. In fact, it might even go up closer to 4-1. It seems like the morning line odd maker has this one spot on. Those will pays not indicative of a late drop in here with the 12. We'll see how it shakes out as they are still 7 minutes away from the post. But after that, take a look at Talent Show, a perfect 2 for 2. And while Gennaro Garcia doesn't always win on the turf, he has won today with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. So you've got connections that are already a winner on the turf. They won with City of Light, and Gennaro looking for back-to-back-to-back. He won our last 2 races. He looks to pick up another win here with Talent Show. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. going to be aboard this gray filly by Maximum Security, who now stands in Indiana very proudly. Next season will be the first year for Maximum Security here in Indy. A 3-time winner from 11 starts has banked just under $60,000. A perfect 2 for 2 on the turf. They went 12,000 N2X and won rather easily at 6-1, and then they came right back just a couple of months later and dominated yet again at 7-2. Looks like they're going to be dismissed in the wagering again. 7-1 on the board for Talent Show. The 5 is a 5-year-old mare by Cross Traffic. It's Storm Bay for the Wismer gang. Glenn trains, Troy owns, and pays those bills. Abel Cedillo looking to pay a couple of those bills as well with Storm Bay, a 2-time winner from 22 starts, 0 for 10 with 5 second and third place finishes. But of all the tracks this one's been at, seems to run very well on our turf course. 4 starts here locally, 1 win, 1 second, and 1 third. 11-1 right now on a horse who can go to the lead or sit off the pace. A very tactical sort in here. She'll listen to her instructions, and if they break alertly, I would expect them to be on the engine early. 11-1 on the board, but going to be right next door to the 6, who's currently favored right now. 3-1 on the 6, a wide open betting event in here. Let's take a look at how I played this late Fire 5. 11.99% takeout each and every day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hopefully you're still alive in the final race of that early pick 5, but let's take a look at this late Fire 5. We're going to use the same horses we did on the early pick 5, 6, 8, and 12. I think race number 6, one of the more challenging races of the day and maybe the best betting opportunity of the day. You've got 3-year-olds and upwards bred in the state of Indiana tackling a mile on the turf. 10 will go to the gate, and it looks like it could be completely chaotic. I think the single is going to be in a maiden race, and I try not to single in maiden races very often. However, Pro Fever goes out for Randy Klopp with Joe Ramos. 2nd time routing. There's a lot of upside to a horse trying things for the 2nd time and being by Prontonico. I think this horse is going to improve significantly 2nd time around 2 turns. Pro Fever going to be the single in here as well in race number 7. We're going to single in race number 7. That's going to do it for yours truly, and the late Fire 5 kicks off just 4 minutes from now. It is now post time for race 5. Field loading quickly. Very even betting board. A lot of horses right between 5-2 and 7-2 on the board. Poema, the most heavily backed in those will pays. Up next. Run, Camila, run. El Est Forte, as Cruz looks for a hat trick. Set for a start. Consternation in the middle. Talent Show throwing her head around. Being backed out was Super Stormy. Super Stormy backed out. The rest of the field backing out as well. Be a delay to race 5. On advice of the track veterinarian, a late scratch number 8, Talent Show. Talent Show, a late scratch will be consolation daily double payoffs. If you had this horse in your pick 3, pick 4, or pick 5 in the early pick 4 and pick 5, you will receive the post-time favorite. Adjust those late pick 5s accordingly. You've got just a few minutes to do so as Talent Show scratched out of the 5th. In addition to scratching number 8, Talent Show, number 9, L's Dancer. Now also a late scratch on advice of the track veterinarian. Scratch the 8 and 9 out of race number 5. Consolation payoffs in that daily double. In the early pick 5 or pick 4, you will receive the post-time favorite. However, make those adjustments to your late Fire 5. Loading process has begun. 15 entered, 9 will go. 1 mile on the turf. Take 2. Waiting on run, Camila Run and El Este Forte. El Este Forte goes in. Set for a start. They are off and running to an even beginning. Planet Claire in ever so tightly as Planet Claire checks back to last, but Run Camila Run is going rapidly up front, as is Shanghai Express. Those two are outside of Leisure Wear, who's good to go at 25-1. Shanghai Express takes off that hot, rapid pace. Run Camila Run at 5-1 clears off. Then comes Leisure Wear with Shanghai Express. Storm Bay riding the rail. Getting down to the inside was a recovering Planet Claire. El Este Forte is sitting in 6th. Then comes Timeless Rose. The Indiana bred needs to pass 6 other runners in here. Then comes Poema along with Super Stormy, who can see them all. Run Camila Run is sending it 46.38 as Run Camila Run has put the pedal to the metal, and now Storm Bay puts Leisure Wear back and forth as Storm Bay and Shanghai Express are moving in tandem. El Este Forte is on the wide side but making up ground. Super Stormy even out wider than that, and Super Stormy looking to go last to first, but it's still Run Camila Run, and Storm Bay is trying to find more. Down on the inside comes Timeless Rose, who's going to need space. Here comes Poema and Evan Roman. Super Stormy hits the lead, but they have to deal with a fresh challenger in Poema, and it's Poema to the lead. Win number 997 for Evan Roman with Poema from Super Stormy. After that came El Este Forte and Storm Bay in 136.20. Race 5 official, 6-7, 12-5. Into the winner's circle for the second time in her career, it's Poema, 3-year-old chestnut filly by Cantharos out of Japoya. Bred in Kentucky by owners Bone Chance Farm, trained by Paulo Lobo. Evan Roman celebrates win number 997. Everyone here at Horseshoe Indianapolis hoping that elusive 1,000th victory comes over the final week of racing. He's got 4 more days of racing to do it right here in Horseshoe Indianapolis. We kick off the Itoba Pick 4 back on that turf course 24 minutes from now. Scratch number 11, Screamin' Nina. Kick off the Itoba Pick 4 and a Pentafecta in 24 minutes from now. Your $2 double returns $8 even. That 50-cent Pick 3 your $1 exacta returns $37.20. 50-cent trifecta $81.65. 10-cent superfecta $79.96. Your $1 double 3-6 $12.40. That consolation double with the 8 returns $4. Consolation double with the 9 also returns $4. 50-cent Pick 3 returns $21.45. Today's $2 Pick 4 returns $271.40, and your 50-cent Pick 5 $166.20. Race 6 in 23 minutes. Set for a start. They are off and running to an even beginning. Planet Claire in ever so tightly as Planet Claire checks back to last, but Run Camila Run is going rapidly up front, as is Shanghai Express. Those two are outside of Leisure Wear, who's good to go at 25-1. Shanghai Express takes off that hot, rapid pace. Run Camila Run at 5-1 clears off. Then comes Leisure Wear with Shanghai Express. Storm Bay riding the rail. Getting down to the inside was a recovering Planet Claire. Eliste Forte is sitting in 6th. Then comes Timeless Rose. The Indiana bred needs to pass 6 other runners in here. Then comes Poema along with Super Stormy, who can see them all. Run Camila Run is sending it 46.38 as Run Camila Run has put the pedal to the metal, and now Storm Bay puts Leisure Wear back and forth as Storm Bay and Shanghai Express are moving in tandem. Eliste Forte is on the wide side but making up ground. Super Stormy even out wider than that, and Super Stormy looking to go last to first, but it's still Run Camila Run, and Storm Bay is trying to find more. Down on the inside comes Timeless Rose, who's going to need space. Here comes Poema and Evan Roman. Super Stormy hits the lead, but they have to deal with a fresh challenger in Poema, and it's Poema to the lead. Win number 997 for Evan Roman with Poema from Super Stormy. After that came Ella Stay Forte and Storm Bay. Set for a start. They are
you try and give them the best opportunity. And I don't know so much that it's just because it's girls, but you try to empower women because it is a very tough business. My dad, Jim Elliott, lives in Brookston. He bought a farm when I was a year old. So I grew up in it day to day. We come in, we usually make a schedule the night before of who's galloping, who's walking, and who goes to the Eurosizer. And then we have to get in touch with jock agents to schedule breezes for the jockeys. Someone comes in at 5 and feeds at 5 in the morning. Then we feed lunch around 11, 11:30. And then that's usually our day. And then we get ready for the races.
Definitely a man's world back here, but all of us women, we really band together. We have a really great community and we all support each other, and that means so much. There's so much emotion that goes into it when you do work that hard. You know, talent gets you very far at times, but when you put the hard work into it on top of it, it gets you places that you never thought you could go. You definitely have to work a little harder, but I think we also have an edge to us that not a lot of men have, and I like to take advantage of that as much as I can. Now I'm a jockey, living my dream.
It's a man's sport, for sure. Like, I think women, some people look at them, and I think I'm a little more affectionate with my horses, more hands-on. You know, it's an industry where all your top trainers are men, so I think people look to that. I started underneath my grandpa, Calvin Prescott. Prior to that, I've always had horses in my life. I barrel raced. Went to college at Ball State, and then I got back into horses with my grandpa, and I think my own trainer's license was probably somewhere around 2003, maybe, something like that. Started out with just a few. Eventually, I started breeding my own horses, and now I'm up to, I don't even know, 40-something, so a lot.
Hola, mi nombre es Shenevely. Soy Jaguaker, trabajo con Michelle Elliott, tengo aproximadamente 2 años de estar trabajando acá, soy del país de Guatemala.
There's a lot more women in this business now than when I first started 35 years ago. Being a woman, other women feel threatened by you sometimes, so it's always a good idea to go chat with the ladies first. They're your biggest asset and your biggest allies. Women will stick together if you give them a shot.
9 minutes to race 6 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we do have an Indiana sired filly mare 3-year-old and up allowance. They're going a mile on the grass. The only horse that's out of here is the MTO, obviously, as we are fast and firm today. And this is a nice field. I'm going to go with Bet Mitch, Get Rich, but I guess that's not the case since he's on the favorite here today. 3 is 5-2. And this 3-year-old filly by Charmy's Kitten, Kitten's Joy, we all know they love the grass, and it looks that way. Mitchell was up last time on the grass going a mile, which is the case today, and was beaten a neck in that race. And, you know, the second place finisher was in that field is in this race again, Unbridled Sabbath, but the winner isn't key there. So kind of repeating the same kind of race. And honestly, in that race, it had post position 3. We're in post position 3 today. I'm sure they're fine with that because that was a really nice showing, and she just missed. Just missed that one. So, there's not a whole lot of speed in here, but of them, this one has flashed the best numbers. And obviously, Tim and Mitchell are hot together, as Tim's one of our top trainers. In the last 10, they've had 3 wins, a second and 2 thirds. And what a calm, just classy looking filly out there, walking around, looking around, not too amped up or anything. I love to see it. Then I'm going to go to the 10. Got to give a shout out to Ray and Courtney and Ray Jr., the trainer, Ray Paquette. I didn't get to tell you guys this on our signal because I was on Fox last time she ran, as you can see on October 16th. But man, did they make me look good that day, because she looked physically the best on her debut and just filled out. This girl does not look like a little filly. She's a hefty girl. She's a strong girl, and she looked it in her debut, winning. So they named her That's My Daughter because Courtney and Ray Paquette and his son Ray, and I think her boyfriend, go golfing every week. And whenever Ray Sr. hits a bad shot, Courtney always gets up there and smashes it. And Ray says, "That's my daughter." And then he looks at Junior and says, "Can't say that's my son," because I guess he ain't smashing them. So fun little story that we got to tell on America's Day at the Races last time she ran. Just wanted to let you guys know that kind of cool story about her name. But God, she looks good. And Ray said, as soon as that race was over, I went and got in the win picture, and he said, she needs to go long. And look, we got her going long today. We've got her going long today, and we got her trying the turf today. So it's either going to be a wild success or not, but I like that we're trying it. She was well bet in there. She put up nice speed figure, which is very comparable to my top selections, fastest speed figure ever. So we'll see what she does on grass. She is on the outside in a route race, but she just looked like she's taking it very classy, acting very classy in the paddock. Unbridled Sabbath, who I just said got second to my top picks, third place finish. They were all across there at that wire. All 3 of those horses were right there. It was a tough finish. I think Unbridled Sabbath is going to be there today. She looks a little antsy in the paddock. I did see her in the background when I was talking about the 3, and she was kind of shooting around there. You can see her eyes are wide, ears are pricked, and she's wanting to go. But I love to see that because, like the 7, Danny's horse that got second in the last race, I said, that horse looks like it wants to go. And when I was talking about it, it was 25-1. By the time it went off, it was 15-1. The horses that have been acting a little feisty today are running good. So I like the 6. You can tell she's antsy because she's flipping her lip there. Yeah, she's excited. She wants to run. She ran second versus Similar. We just talked about. This one's trained by John Hedden. Cyrus Casaba, another Kitten's Joy. So, yeah, you can see she's got turf form. It's going to be 3-10-6 for me. But, yeah, the close to my heart play with That's My Daughter. Definitely looking forward to seeing what she's going to do. But I do have the 5-2 favorite on top. Good luck.
field on the main track for their warm-up. They'll be on the turf course just 2 minutes from now. This race kicks off your Itoba Pick 4, Scratch 11. Indiana Breds have made their way onto the firm turf course. Loading process has commenced. Sarah Smiles goes in with Echo Dreamer. Gray Unbridled Sabbath goes in. Right next door in the starting gate, fellow Gray, Lunar Lace. Crew working on Passion for Justice. Pretty on the Prairie goes in. That's my daughter. That's my daughter goes in. They are off and running as number 4. Passion for Justice missed the start, as did Ace of Cats, who's very rank near the back of the pack. But as expected, Unbridled Sabbath goes right to the lead under the wire for the first time, and it's 6 and 9 battling it out. Jay's Naughty Kitten in the 2-path. Unbridled Sabbath down on the inside. Then comes Echo Dreamer. Goody Two Socks is good to go. Floating out wide was That's My Daughter in the turf debut. Sarah Smiles is well held for Sammy Bermudez. Then comes Lunar Lace. After that, Pretty on the Prairie. And the slow starting Ace of Cats can see them all as Jay's Naughty Kitten opens up by 2 through an opening quarter and 24 flat. Unbridled Sabbath wisely takes off of that one. Jose Gutierrez now cutting into that margin. Then comes Goody Two Socks outside of Echo Dreamer. Then is Lunar Lace, and now Sarah Smiles is looking for room between horses. Passion for Justice being nibbled at by Alex Ashard at this time. Here comes Pretty on the Prairie. Ace of Cats has a lot of work to do. Jay's Naughty Kitten being attacked by Unbridled Sabbath. Here comes Lunar Lace to the outside of those two. Echo Dreamer still has some run, but looking for space. Unbridled Sabbath cuts for the money. Lunar Lace, Echo Dreamer got out. From the back comes Goody Two Socks, but has a lot of work to do. It's Unbridled Sabbath on the lead. Unbridled Sabbath, Echo Dreamer, Unbridled Sabbath, but it's Unbridled Sabbath who got the jump and makes everyone a winning one with Echo Dreamer in second. Six, 2, and 5 in 138.27. Photo sign's been removed for the Superfecta and Pentafecta players. 6, 2, 5, 7, and 9. 9 rounds out the Pentafecta at 6-1. Bombs underneath. 3-1 on top with a couple of long shots. Underneath as Unbridled Sabbath enters the winner's circle for the second time in her career. First time on turf, Unbridled Sabbath comes home to score a 3-year-old gray filly by Zaba out of Unbridled Brook, bred in Indiana by Our Star Stallions and Carrie Hopper. Owned and trained by John Herron. Jose Gutierrez picks up his second winner on the day. It's a riding double for Jose Gutierrez. Still unofficial. Race 6 is official. $1 exacta, 6-2, 37.90, 50-cent trifecta, $295.60. Big bombs in that 10-cent superfecta, $415.10. The pentafecta, $2,199.46. Your $1 double returns 2010. 50-cent pick 3 beginning in race number 4. 21.70. We'll be back on the fast main track for the remainder of the card. Rolling daily doubles and pick 3s, whatever fits your fancy, as 2-year-olds bred in the state of Indiana go 1 mile on a fast track. No scratches or changes in the upcoming 7th race, 23 minutes from now. They are off and running as number 4, Passion for Justice, missed the start, as did Ace of Cats, who's very rank near the back of the pack, but as expected, Unbridled Sabbath goes right to the lead under the wire for the first time, and it's 6 and 9 battling it out. Jay's Naughty Kitten in the 2-path, Unbridled Sabbath down on the inside. Then comes Echo Dreamer. Goody Two Socks is good to go. Floating out wide was That's My Daughter in the turf debut. Sarah's Smiles is well held for Sammy Bermudez. Then comes Lunar Lace. After that, Pretty on the Prairie. And the slow starting Ace of Cats can see them all as Jay's Naughty Kitten opens up by 2 through an opening quarter and 24 flat. Unbridled Sabbath wisely takes off of that one. Jose Gutierrez now cutting into that margin. Then comes Goody Two Socks outside of Echo Dreamer. Then is Lunar Lace, and now Sarah Smiles is looking for room between horses. Passion for Justice being nibbled at by Alex Ashard at this time. Here comes Pretty on the Prairie. Ace of Cats has a lot of work to do. Jay's Naughty Kitten being attacked by Unbridled Sabbath. Here comes Lunar Lace to the outside of those two. Echo Dreamer still has some run, but looking for space. Unbridled Sabbath cuts for the money. Lunar Lace, Echo Dreamer got out. From the back comes Goody Two Socks, but has a lot of work to do. It's Unbridled Sabbath on the lead. Unbridled Sabbath, Echo Dreamer, Unbridled Sabbath. But it's Unbridled Sabbath who got the jump and makes everyone a winning one with Echo Dreamer in second. They
We are 11 minutes to the 7th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. So we've got a 2-year-old main special weight, 1 mile on the dirt. Hold on, guys. Woo! I'm be excited when I'm over this cold. This is a firework race, as I like to call it. You just never know what's going to happen with these babies. But most of them have started, every single one of them except Michelle's 6. Penitent, a 2-year-old colt by Higher Power, so that ought to be good. But in this race here, I'm going to go 5-2-1. 5 is right now the favorite. Kind of tepid favorite at 8-5. Pro Fever. Ramos is looking for his first win on the day. Do want to give you a little update here. Fernando de la Cruz, our leading jockey, has a double. Jose Gutierrez, our leading bug boy, going to get the apprentice jockey title for sure. Jose Gutierrez has a double. And Evan, winning the 5th race, now is at 997, 3 away from his 1,000th win. Very much looking forward to that. I'm sure he is. I know I am. Pro Fever, as I said, gets Joe Ramos sitting second in the standings for Mr. Randy Klopp. Klopp today, he has won the opener, so he's looking for a double with this one if I've got it my way. And wow, was this horse close last time in an 8-horse field going a mile on the dirt, which he is today. He ended up a length and a half off the leader, Mystic Justice. No Mystic Justice in here, and he kind of got a little bit of a switch on kind of the group he was in, so that might make a difference as well. Obviously, high percentage connections. Ran second versus similar in his last, and there isn't a whole lot of speed or in these races, obviously, with 2-year-olds, but did flash a little bit in that last one, obviously. Then I'm going to go to the 2, My Lunar Charm. As I did mention, Jose Gutierrez, he's up here, 5-pound bug for Mr. Steve Fostick, who is just, a staple here in Indiana. He's got some nice horses, and look at this beautiful 2-year-old by Charming Kitten. They haven't put this one on grass yet. I wonder why, but let's try and turf again. And this horse really has tried every step of the way, every race. Only been out of the top 3 once since they switched this one to route. It's just really shown nice form. Been the better's favorite the last 2. Overcame kind of being bumped at the start 2 back and missed by less than a length. Hi, Eve. Eve Granitz is in the next race as an owner, and Tony's going to try to get her a win. So we'll talk about that in the next race. But shout out to my girl Eve. And then the 1, I'm going to go with Airdrop here. My 2 also want to say Steve is 22% when he's the beaten favorite out of small numbers, but still worth noting. Airdrop gets our leading jockey, Fernando de la Cruz, who's looking for the hat trick here for Amara Kranz, who I'm pretty sure Amara, it's her birthday. Happy birthday, Amara. I should have had them make a slide, but I'm sorry, girl. I was on Fox Sports all day. But look at this guy. He looks like a briar horse. Ooh, he's on his toes, swishing his tail. He wants to go. His neck's arched. He's minding his groom real good. But ooh-wee, does he know the camera's on him? I like the look of the 1 the best. He is really pretty. Like I said, he looks like a briar horse, like a toy horse. Fernando's riding for Amara, who has owned and trained this one. 2-year-old colt by Cow Computing, making its 6th lifetime start, 2 seconds to his credit. And it looks like both of those, one of them was at 5, and this last one was kind of a best of the rest. Look, he was second by 13. Mr. T ran away with it that day. He was second by almost 14 lengths in there going a mile, but I like that. He tracked him and stayed up with him, and I do like that he's getting back to a mile because they put him back at 5.5, and I wouldn't have been mad at that effort either because he was 4th coming off 10 lengths behind after an awkward start and ended up getting 4th only by 2 with Almo in here, Don Fontenot's horse, and then also Thousands of Hopes, the 3. Who I didn't even include and I think has a good chance too. This is a wide open race. I mean, honestly, I think this is tougher than the earlier one with a bunch of first-time starters. But I am going to go 5-2-1 in here. I've got Pro Fever and my boy Ramos on top. Good luck.
horses being saddled currently. We'll go straight to the gate, so make sure to get those wagers in now. Did have a late rider change. Santos Sanger off of his mounts. Joseph Trejo picks up the mount aboard number 4, Love Potion. In the 9th race, we have a rider to be announced. There'll be a rider to be announced on number 6, Crazy Legs Mike. However, these horses will go right from the paddock to the starting gate for the upcoming 7th race, so get those wagers in now. Field on the track for the 7th, be an abbreviated warm-up as they will go to the starting gate for the 1-mile journey for the upcoming race 7. Field approaching the starting gate for the 7th race. We're at the starting gate. Pro Fever favored at 7-5, first to load. Airdrop goes in. My Lunar Charm. Penitent up next. Thousands of Hopes along with Hunted Prayer. 3 back, Love Potion, Amo, and LZ Reno. El Zerino, the last to go in. My Lunar Charm, Restless. El Zerino goes in. El Zerino goes in. My Lunar Charm being resituated. Two-year-old boy set for a start. They are off and running. My Lunar Charm missed it, as did the first-time starter Penitent. But breaking alertly is Mo, as Mo goes looking for the lead. Airdrop good to go, holding that rail position. Thousands of Hopes takes back in between those two. Then comes Hunted Prayer. Love Potion sits in fifth. Then LZ Reno along with Pro Fever. The slow-starting Penitent, and in last is My Lunar Charm through a reasonable crawling opening quarter in 24.51. Amo and Evan Roman have it all their own way on the front end, with Thousands of Hopes now in second. Airdrop riding the rail. Hunted Prayer in fourth. Then comes Love Potion as Pro Fever is moving into it, along with El Zerino. Penitent is already under a drive. My Lunar Charm and Jose Gutierrez, as he's looking for a riding triple. Love Potion in the dirt debut is dropping out of it, is now Amo attacked to the inside and the outside. Amo finds himself in the horse sandwich. Airdrop goes to the lead. Thousands of Hope in the three path on the stretch out, trying to find more. Pro Fever just kind of hanging around. Airdrop riding that rail and cuts for the money. Airdrop opens up a length on Thousands of Hope. That's it for Mo. Pro Fever has a lot of work to do, but this one's all about Airdrop. Airdrop and Fernando de la Cruz dominate. Airdrop makes this an easy score, as it's Airdrop from Thousands of Hope, and Pro Fever settles for third. One 13582 in 139.43. Hold them all. Airdrop into the winner's circle. Airdrop a 2-year-old Bay Colt by Cloud Computing out of Dream Hopper. Bred and owned by Amara Kranz. Ridden to victory for a riding triple. Fernando de la Cruz. A birthday win for trainer Amara Kranz. Race 7 is official. $6.60 on top for Airdrop. $1 exacta returns $12.50. Trifecta $14.50. 10-cent superfecta $11.53. That pentafecta $31.85. Your $1 double $26.60. Pick 3 $28.60. Race number 8 now on the board. 17 minutes from now. $5,000 claimers, no scratches or changes. 8 will battle it out over 1 mile and 70 yards in 17 minutes. They are off and running. My Lunar Charm missed it, as did the first-time starter Penitent. But breaking alertly is Mo, as Mo goes looking for the lead. Airdrop good to go, holding that rail position. Thousands of Hopes takes back in between those two. Then comes Hunted Prayer. Love Potion sits in 5th. Then LZ Reno along with Pro Fever. The slow-starting Penitent, and in last is My Lunar Charm through a reasonable crawling opening quarter in 24.51. Amo and Evan Roman have it all their own way on the front end, with Thousands of Hopes now in second. Airdrop riding the rail. Hunted Prayer in 4th. Then comes Love Potion as Pro Fever is moving into it, along with El Zarino. Penitent is already under a drive. My Lunar Charm and Jose Gutierrez, as he's looking for a riding triple. Love Potion in the dirt debut is dropping out of it, is now Amo attacked to the inside and the outside. Amo finds himself in the horse sandwich. Airdrop goes to the lead. Thousands of Hope in the 3-path on the stretch out, trying to find more. Pro Fever just kind of hanging around. Airdrop riding that rail and cuts for the money. Airdrop opens up a length on Thousands of Hope. That's it for Mo. Pro Fever has a lot of work to do, but this one's all about Airdrop. Airdrop and Fernando de la Cruz dominate. Airdrop makes this an easy score, as it's Airdrop from Thousands of Hope, and Pro Fever settles for 3rd. The remainder of today's card has been canceled due to a starting gate failure. Final 3 races of the evening have been canceled. Live racing will return on Monday. The final week of racing on Monday.